and welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. I want to kind of give you guys a little overview as to what we have going on real quick. So today we do have our Museum of Glass hot shop team on the hot shop floor here. So these guys work here pretty much full time, blowing glass in the museum for entertainment, making items for the store, helping visiting artists out with creating their own artwork. And today we actually are just making some items for the store, and this day is actually going to be a sort of Valentine's Day themed glass blowing day. So we have a little bit of love music on while we create some pink, white, and red themed glass. And at the center bench, you can see that we're working on a blown form. This is turning out to be a vase shape so far. And we've basically, just as you come in, we've basically just flipped the orientation of the glass to get access to the other side. Some of you were wondering if they broke the glass. They purposefully broke it off of its original pipe that we were using to blow the bubble. And now we have it on a solid pipe as we work on the opening of the piece, which you'll see in just a moment. And I know a lot of you guys will probably have a lot of questions, so I'll just mention, feel free to just raise your hand and I'll come right over to answer your questions if you do have any. And I do want to give an overview of the hot shop as well, where the glass is coming from, how hot the furnaces are. So first off, this large tank at the closed door in the back next to Ben here. This is our glass furnace. This is where we're getting all of our clear molten glass. And this holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So you can imagine it just as this giant pot of honey. It's basically just this large pool of molten glass inside of there. And then our reheating furnaces are at each bench, and these run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And I also got a question about glass color. So first off, the glass mixture itself is silica sand. So yes, you melt sand to get glass. And then we add a little bit of soda ash and a little bit of limestone to the glass, and this helps lower the melting point. So this is specifically soda lime glass. And then to get color, we actually add different metals and minerals into the glass. So this is an example. I'm sure some of you have heard of cobalt blue glass. We literally take cobalt metal and mix it into the glass to get that blue, in a very simplistic explanation. And for white, which we're using right now, we actually use tin and antimony, tin like a tin can. And so for this piece at the center bench, once again, we have white underneath, and then we have this special pink design on the surface of the glass. It's a little bit hard to describe what we did to get that design, but we basically just used these little shards of clear glass that you see laid out on the center bench here. We rolled our bubble over top of those clear shards, and then we actually sprinkled a pink glass over those clear shards, and they kind of fell into the cracks in between that pattern. And so whenever we are getting closer to finishing a piece, you can see more and more of the true color of the piece itself. So when we're working with the glass, it looks bright orange, just like it is right now. But as it cools down, it'll become more pink like it truly is. In that little technique that you just saw, this is called a lip wrap. So when we take the glass and we touch it down on the opening of the piece, follows all the way around, creating a lip wrap. So now we're going to have a rim of that pink color, kind of just fully tying the design in to the rest of our vase here. And this cone shape tool that we're briefly using, this is the Sophietta. The cone will block off the opening to the piece, and it allows us to blow a little bit more air in. So you saw that they were blowing into the opening of the piece. And this has given us a little bit of a rounder shape. It's blown the shoulder of the piece out. And now that we've used the Sophietta, we're going in with a stack of newspaper. This pad here is just folded up newspaper. They'll usually soak it or splash it with water before using. And then these two metal blades, you'll see us use these throughout the process of pretty much any piece, but those are the jacks, just to point those out to you guys. We use them to open pieces up. We use them to create the jack line, which is where we removed our piece from the pipe that you guys saw when you first walked in. And just in case you guys didn't hear my little introduction earlier, I wanted to kind of reiterate. At the center bench, we have a few of our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team members, and they work here full-time blowing glass in the hot shop. Today, we're making Valentine's Day themed glass for the store eventually. And so right now, we're working with a white glass that's underneath this sort of speckled pink that we've applied. This was very beginning of our process that we got the color, and the color that we choose is itself in the beginning, and then it turns back to that color at the end. But I wanted to point that out because when we're working with the glass, it's glowing this bright orange color, and that's just because it's hot. But yeah, right now we're just working on Valentine's Day glass for the store. We'll be making a variety of objects. If you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So we are actually breaking this piece off, getting ready to put it away. So to break a piece off, we'll apply some water, just as we are here, and then we'll tap the pipe, and that breaks this piece cleanly off. And it looks like we're going to carry this over using a special tool that'll hold on to it. But we're torching the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends that remain, and then we're actually going to stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, most likely. This is something that they'll do for store items sometimes. And then finally, to put this piece away, this is going inside of the annealer, the large black box over on the left wall. And this will slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we won't see this piece until tomorrow once it's come out of that box. And it is going in there at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's not going to cool down too quickly. And then with the press of a button, it cools down, just to specify. 950 degrees Fahrenheit. Yes, and then we slowly cool everything inside of it down all at once. And just to kind of keep things going, we have started our next project right away. This is going to start with the color application process. So if you guys missed us applying color in the beginning, then you guys will get to see us get our color in the glass. And I think I saw a couple of questions once again, if anyone has questions. Yes, so once again, we've gotten started over at the center bench and right bench. And this is all starting with a little piece of color on the end of our pipe at the center bench. And then we will start a small clear bubble as well. Sarah had just started one, but it looks like there's probably a small particle in it or an air bubble, and so they did have to restart that bubble. And once again, just pointing out our clear glass furnace in case you guys didn't see us gather from it earlier. This is where we're getting all of our clear molten glass. And yes, we do have a view of this small clear bubble that Sarah's starting over on the right bench. Up on the screen, we have a view of that bubble. And I know I haven't pointed this out either yet, but I do have closed captioning up on the screen, so I know it does get kind of loud in here, so that closed captioning is kind of helpful. And for the two who recently joined, I just wanted to point out real quick that we are working on Valentine's Day glass today for the store. And so all of these pieces are going to have some relatively similar colors, some whites, some pinks, and some reds, I believe. But the purpose is basically just to create some Valentine's Day glass for the store. And we will be making a variety of objects today, vases, bowls, cups, I'm sure we'll see all of it today. And right after finishing this small clear bubble, you can see that Sarah's holding it upright. And this is going to allow the color to be literally molten and dropped onto the small clear bubble. Once again, we call this a color drop or a color overlay because the color is being overlaid onto that clear bubble. So once again, they've completely melted that white color and they're dropping it onto the small clear bubble. And then to roll that color back, as you saw, we were using the Marver, which is the metal table in front of the furnace there. And we do have these throughout the hot shop, the largest one being at the center bench. And we use this for very large blown pieces. But just for smaller bubbles, we'll oftentimes use the little Marvers in front of the furnaces. And now we do have to let this glass cool down before gathering our next layer of clear. So we are just letting it sit and rest, cool down a little bit before we get that next layer of clear once again. So we've just gathered our next layer of clear, and we're now rolling the bubble inside of this large tray. And this tray has something called frit in it, which are little shards of glass. Usually they contain color. This time we just have clear frit. So this is going to give us a texture across the surface of the glass. So you can see that we do physically have this sort of bumpy texture across the surface of the glass from the frit. And you'll see next what we do to get the pattern that we had last time, but we will be sprinkling a powdered glass over top of this texture. And this is going to be wiped off a little bit, leaving only the powder in the cracks in between all of these particles of frit. It's a little bit hard to describe, but once again, we will see it physically in person as they are doing it. And it looks like they're going to the powder booth now. So could I have a shot of the powder booth, please? Could I have a shot of the powder booth, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, you can see where we've gone around the corner. So we have to go to a specific booth to apply powdered glass to our pieces, just to make sure that we're not inhaling that powdered glass. It's very dangerous to inhale. And so we've just applied that pink, I believe, and we are going to dust it off the surface of our glass. And this is only dusting it off of the tops of the particles that we have. It's leaving it in the cracks of the glass. And I should mention that we are going to apply multiple layers of this color just to make sure that there's a good amount of it in the cracks of the glass. So once again, we've gone around the corner and we've applied our next layer of that pink. And once they feel like they have enough of this color, they'll go ahead and heat up the entire bubble of glass overall. And they'll start to smooth that texture out to get a smooth surface of our glass. So after heating this glass back up, we've gone back to the bench and we're now using something called the block. This wooden spoon-shaped tool is going to smooth and even this surface of the glass out. So you can see we now have a much smoother and rounder surface, or just smoother, rounder shape of our bubble overall. And from here, we will be gathering one more layer of clear over top of this as well, I believe, just to kind of cover up that design and add a little bit more mass to our piece overall. Yeah, so I know it's really hard to describe the texture of the glass, but you can see after getting those little specks of clear glass across the surface and then applying the powder over top, this is the pattern that we come out with. And once again, before gathering our next layer of clear, we always let this previous layer of glass cool down quite a bit. We wait for the bubble to stop moving. This is just a nozzle that blows compressed air onto the glass. It's kind of like blowing on a hot piece of food. It'll cool it down a little bit faster than if we were to just leave it alone. And now we are gathering from our clear glass furnace for anyone who hasn't seen it. Once again, in the back on the right. So this is giving us our next layer of clear. And we actually are going to do a strip gather. This is when we let some of that glass drip back off the end of the bubble. And this will give us a partial layer of that clear glass on the outside of our bubble. And then, of course, over on the right side of the hot shop, we have one pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water. We set the pipe inside of it, and it cools it down very rapidly. This is just going to allow us to handle the pipe a lot closer to the glass again. So whenever we fill up our furnace, we have these large tubes of the glass mixture. And it's basically if you were to take all of the raw ingredients and clump them together. I believe they clump it together to make sure that the sand isn't easy to inhale. So it's kind of like this clumpy sand mixture. And then we just dump it straight into the furnace. It's mostly silica sand, a little bit of soda ash, and a little bit of limestone. And yeah, all of those ingredients come together and they melt down to create the glass. And we don't mix the mixture ourselves in here, we do get it shipped in. Yeah, so we've just started to blow this bubble out, and whenever we're hanging the glass towards the floor, I want to point out that this is basically using gravity as another one of our tools to stretch that glass out, create a longer and narrower shape of our bubble. And we're now going in with a pair of jacks. So Gabe is using the jacks to create a jack line. These two blades will squeeze down on the glass. We can also use them to open up our glass pieces, which you'll see later on. And this divot that they've created is where we'll break the piece off the pipe later on. And I might have pointed this out to some of you earlier, but for anyone that's new, this pad that we're going in with every now and then, this is actually just a folded up newspaper. They'll soak it or splash it with water before using. And this is as close as you'll see our artists get to using their hands to shape the glass. And do we have closed captioning that we could put up on the screen? It's disappeared. Testing. Oh, nice, thank you. Yes, so I know it can get loud in the hot shop. I just wanted to point out to everyone that I do have closed captioning up on the screen once again. And once again, welcome to everyone who's just joined us in the hot shop. Today we have our Museum of Glass hot shop team, so these guys work here pretty much full-time blowing glass for the Museum of Glass store, helping visiting artists make their own art. Sometimes they get to make their own art personally as well, especially if they have a residency, which means that they come in and they create their glass art over a period of either days or a week. And today we're making Valentine's Day themed glass for the store specifically. So you're going to see a lot of whites and pinks and reds today. And these are all going to come in a variety of different forms. We're going to have some different blown forms like vases, different vase shapes, maybe some bowls. We'll see how it goes throughout the day. And so far we've been going with the same color and pattern that you see on the glass right now. And it's a little bit hard to describe how we got this color pattern, but we basically applied all of these little pieces of clear glass across the surface of our bubble. And then we sprinkled a pink powdered glass that fell in between those chunks of clear. So what you see are basically chunks of clear surrounded by pink. If you were to look closely, you'd be able to see that texture a little bit better. And this torch that we're using, I haven't gotten a great chance to point it out, but this runs around 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves. But with the torch, we heat up one section of glass at a time, rather than heating up the entire piece overall inside of the furnace. And some of you may have briefly just seen us gather from the clear glass furnace, that large tank with the closed door. And this is running at a very steady 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. So all of our furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. And some of our other appliances, usually the torches and the things up in the front, they actually run off of propane and oxygen. So we have a couple of different fuel sources. And we've just attached a second pipe to the bottom of our piece. This is really important. This is called the punty. And this is basically going to give us access to the other side of the piece by allowing us to break the piece off of its original pipe. And to break it off, all they did was apply some water and then tap the pipe. You'll see us do that later on when we put the piece away as well. And now that I've kind of caught everyone up with the process a little bit, I want to let everyone know that if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know, and I will come right over. So sometimes we'll have the flame constantly going behind the bench here, and this is just so that we can suddenly reach back and grab it at any point in time and immediately use it to reheat a cold area of glass usually. And so it's more for convenience and just precaution to make sure that glass doesn't get too cold. So for today's pieces, I'm going to guess that each of them will take between 30 minutes and 1 hour. And since we are making a variety of different pieces, we will see variety in that range. And so the last piece we made took probably about 45 minutes. This one has been a lot faster. And usually as we go longer throughout the day, we do get a little bit faster, just kind of getting into the rhythm of things. So it's a combination. But yeah, probably 30 minutes to an hour for each piece today. And it looks like right now we're preparing a small bit of colored glass over on the right bench. So you'll notice once again that we have these speckles of pink across the surface of our glass. And to kind of tie that in, we're going to gather some more pink using this little bit of clear glass. And the pink color is coming from something called frit, which are these little shards of colored glass inside of these bottles or buckets at the center bench. So the specific glass mixture that we use is a soda lime glass. It's mostly silica sand, as many glasses are. And then we have a little bit of soda ash and a little bit of limestone, and that lowers the melting point of the glass. So it's a little bit of a softer glass. So a lot of our excess glass that we cut off tends to have little bits of wax in it, particles from the floor. It has color in it, and that color on top of that has also been kind of diluted within clear. So we don't often reuse our scraps of glass. We can reuse clear glass, however. And I want to point out at the center bench, that bit of color that we created, it was just used to create something called a lip wrap. And this is when we touch that color down on the lip, then turn, and this will follow all the way around. This will create a rim of a separate color around the opening of our piece. So now we should have that same pink that we have on the body, just around the opening of the piece though. So usually when you see glass blowing, you'll usually see teams of 3. It's just more common. You can kind of make it work with teams of 2. If you're working by yourself, you have to make pretty small objects. Usually it's kind of hard to work on your own. But yeah, usually you'll see teams of 3. The person that sits at the bench is called the gaffer. They're kind of like the glass blowing team leader. And they will instruct those around them on what they need for this specific piece. But all of these guys, they've been working together for many years. All of them have over 20 years of glass blowing experience individually. And so they can all switch off and take turns leading the team and taking on different assistance roles. And it looks like we are pretty much finished with this piece, so they're preparing to break it off the pipe and put it away. As I briefly mentioned earlier, you'll once again see us apply a little bit of water to the end of our pipe, causing a little bit of shocking and cracking in that small area of the glass. And then this will be tapped off onto this wooden paddle that's next to the bench here. And it will hold it upside down, allowing them to torch the bottom. And this will get rid of leftover sharp ends that remain, and they can also stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo before putting it in the store. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you. So this is going inside of the annealer, the large black box over on the left wall. This is going in there at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. The box is at that temperature itself, and then with the press of a button, everything inside of it cools down all at once, very slowly overnight. So we won't see this piece until tomorrow. And we will just continue to work on making these Valentine's Day themed pieces, most likely getting started on the next one pretty soon here. And once again, all of these designs are kind of coming out of the artist's heads in the moment. They're just making a variety of different shapes and sizes of these pieces, but we are just continuing to stay with that pink, white, red theme. And since we have a little bit of a slow moment here, I do want to talk about Hilltop Artists real quick, since there's a lot of youth in the audience. So there is an awesome program that's local here in Tacoma that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. And this is something that I actually went through. Personally, I started blowing glass at 15 in this program. They have after-school clubs. They have summer programs. They have all sorts of opportunities for you guys. So if anyone's interested, that is it. The Hilltop Heritage Middle School. And then if you're in high school, eventually it will be at Silas High School. And if I didn't mention already, it is a completely free program. The biggest piece of glass I've ever seen them make here in the hot shop, and possibly the biggest piece they've made, was this 80-pound clear glass bell jar. And we actually had to use our largest furnace for that. That was this furnace to the left of this center bench one here. And we actually create our largest pieces inside of that furnace. We recently created a hole in there that was about 26 inches wide, maybe a little bit lower, like 25 and a half. So that is our largest furnace. That's the largest piece we've ever created. It was so heavy that it broke one of the pipes that it was attached to. It was really crazy that day. So there's a variety of ways to get involved in glassblowing. You can study underneath someone specifically and kind of assist them. You can go to a glass school. You can go to a college that has glass classes. There's just so many different ways to get involved in it. But I really recommend the Hilltop Artist Program if you want to start from a young age and start for free, most importantly. Yeah, so I've actually gotten a couple of questions today about the pieces on the front pedestal here. So we actually had something called Goblet Week that just ended on Sunday. And of course, goblets are just these fancy little drinking glasses. We have a variety of like leftover pieces, it looks like, and they wanted to display them just to be able to use those leftover pieces for something. But yeah, so we would create different goblets every day with different visiting artists. It was really fun, and these are just some examples and some fun pieces that they worked on. So I know I want to point out what's happening up on the screen since we might not have seen this yet, but we've just taken our hot glass and we rolled it in this tray. And this has picked up all of these little shards of clear, which I was trying to explain earlier, the color pattern and how we got it. And this is how we're getting it. So we pick up those clear shards of glass, and then we dust a colored glass powder over top, and then we actually wipe a little bit of that excess glass off. And this is just wiping it off of the surface, leaving it in the cracks. And so this is going to give us almost a crackled appearance of pink lines across the surface of our glass. And we do this multiple times to make sure that we have a good amount of that glass inside of those cracks. Make sure that that color is rich. And so once again, we are inside of the powder booth. They call it the powder booth. And we do have to go around the corner to the specific booth to do this because inhaling glass powder is very dangerous, as I'm sure a lot of you know. And it looks like that was all the color that we needed for this project. So we've come back to the center bench, and we're going to start heating up this entire bubble, and then we'll start smoothing the surface of this bubble out to get a really round, smooth bubble once again. And then we'll be able to start blowing this piece out into its final form eventually. And I do want to reiterate, because I've gotten a couple of questions here and there, all of these blown pieces are coming in a variety of shapes and sizes, and the artists don't exactly know what they're going to be creating next. They're just kind of going with the flow and creating multiple things for the Museum of Glass store. So with our last piece, we actually had a pink over top of a white, and this time we've basically reversed the colors and we have a pink underneath the white. So you can see we have that sort of speckled white pattern on top of our bubble. And once again, we're gathering our next layer of clear. And this is going to cover up that layer of color we just got. We're actually letting a lot of excess glass drip off into a bucket. So you can see this is called a strip gather. It's just giving us a partial layer of that clear glass. And sometimes we do this to get closer to exact amounts of glass. Sometimes we do this just to cover up the layer of color that we have. And once again, this is all the glass that we need for our piece. So we're just going to start heating this up. Then we'll be able to blow it out and turn it into whatever we are creating, whether it be a vase or a bowl. And once again, before we blow our bubble out, we go in with the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool here. And this is usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. And next, going in with our newspapers. It's again just some folded up newspaper that we can use with our hands to shape the bubble. And this is as close as you'll see the artists get to using their hands to shape the glass. All right, welcome everyone into the Hot Shop. Today we actually have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team on the floor with us. So these guys you'll see pretty much every day working full time. And I will take questions in just a moment after I give just a little overview, because I might answer some of your questions during that overview anyways. So at the center bench, we are working on some Valentine's Day themed items today, and these are going into the store eventually. So we're just working with a lot of pinks and whites and reds today. That's pretty much the only theme that's tying all of these together. Other than that, we are creating a variety of shapes and sizes of pieces. So far, we've been creating a lot of different vase shapes. And I want to point out a couple of furnaces real quick. So first off, this large tank with the closed door in the back. This is where we're getting our clear molten glass. And you'll see us use it a couple of times throughout this process. This has 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, or it can get up to that. And it stays at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It runs 24/7 at that temperature. And then at each bench, we have this reheating furnace that runs between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And once again, for reheating only, there's no glass inside of those furnaces. And all of our furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. Our torches run off of propane and oxygen. And we'll be using this torch throughout the process as well. This runs around the same temperature as the furnaces. Once again, 21 to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And with the torches, we can heat up one section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace, so we can focus extra heat using the torch. And now, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know, and I'll come right over to answer your questions. It can be questions about the glass, about the artist, could be questions about the building, anything is fine. So today, these pieces that they're making are taking about 30, 45 minutes each. And so if we continue at that rate, we will probably end up getting about 8 to 10 pieces, maybe 10 to 12 if we were to work very quickly. And I would say that's a pretty decent amount. So sometimes when you get a color hot, it looks kind of weird when it's hot. So in this case, this piece that we're making actually has red underneath of this white speckles. And right now it just looks gray. So sometimes when red is hot, it will look gray or black. And it takes the entire process of it cooling down to start becoming that red color again. And once again, this is just a visual difference. It is actually still going to turn out red later on once it cools down. And we've just brought over the punty, which is a second pipe with a little clear attachment on the end. And this is attached right to the center of the bottom of our vase. And this is going to allow us to break the vase off from its original pipe, basically just giving us access to the other side. And to break this off, we apply a little bit of water to this divot in the glass, and then tap the pipe, and that breaks this piece cleanly off. So now that we've broken this piece off from its original pipe, as you can see, we have access to the top of the piece as well as an opening into the top of our vase. And over on the right bench, some of you have been wondering what Sarah's doing. So Sarah's taken a little bit of clear glass on the end of a pipe and rolling this inside of a bowl of frit. Frit is basically just these little shards of colored glass. So we're rolling the clear glass in color to pick that color up, and then we'll eventually bring this over to the center bench and use it around the opening of the piece. And this is called a lip wrap, to get a rim of a different color around the opening of our piece, basically. And to be able to do this, they will first prepare the opening of the piece. So right here, they're going to trim off some excess glass using a pair of shears. And this has gotten rid of, once again, all of that excess glass that remained. You saw it got rid of some excess clear as well. We just want the color to be all throughout the piece. So it depends on the chemicals you're using, but a lot of fires that you'll look at, they have blue at the very base, and then it turns to a sort of white, and then it turns to a yellow, and then it turns to an orange all the way at the end of the flame. And that's just kind of classic. We're not doing anything special. This is just a propane fire. And next, we've just brought over that bit of color that Sarah was working on. This is lightly touched down on the opening of the piece, and then they continue to turn the piece itself, and this follows all the way around, creating a lip wrap. So now we have a rim of white around the opening of this piece, kind of tying in the design with the body of the piece, which has these speckles of white across it. And for those who recently joined, I just wanted to point out once again that we are creating Valentine's Day themed glass. And so we're just going with a lot of reds and pinks and whites. This piece is actually red. Even though it looks gray right now, it is going to turn out red, they promise. And this is just a weird effect that some of our glass colors have. When they're hot, they look completely different than when they cool down. And this just applies to some colors more than others, especially reds. Reds will often turn black or gray when you're working with them in the hot shop. And once again, we're going in with that pair of jacks, these two metal blades, to slowly open this piece up. And we use these blades throughout the process of pretty much any of our pieces in the hot shop, using them to open pieces up, using them to create the jack line, which is a divot in the glass. And since there is a lot of youth in the audience, I want to point out real quick this program that I love and know very well, Hilltop Artists. Some of you may have heard of it. So once again, this is a nonprofit program that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass, so you guys can blow glass. There's after-school programs, there's summer programs, so many different opportunities for you guys. It's all free as well. So if anyone's interested in Hilltop Artist, I definitely recommend it. Once again, it's something I went through myself starting at 15. So if anyone has any more questions about that, feel free to let me know. And just like that, this piece is already finished. So to break this off, we apply a little bit of water at the end of our pipe. And then we'll go ahead and tap the pipe just like we did earlier, and this will break the piece off. And this will be broken off onto a wooden paddle. This allows them to keep the piece upside down as they torch the bottom and get rid of leftover sharp ends that remain. And while torching, this will heat up the bottom enough for them to stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo for the store as well. And once that is finished, it's carried over to the annealer, the large black box over on the left wall. And this will slowly cool this piece of glass down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we won't see this piece until tomorrow. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you. That was the best round of applause all day. Thank you. And we will be making our next piece very shortly here, just starting from the beginning of our process, applying our color to our bubble. And this has been starting on the right bench so far today. And for those who recently joined, I just wanted to restate that we are making Valentine's Day glass today, so we're working with a lot of whites and pinks and reds. That last piece was specifically a red underneath of these white speckles. And if anyone has any questions, this applies to the whole audience. Feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So our glass mixture inside of this furnace here specifically is a soda lime glass. So this is mostly silica sand, as all glasses are. And then we also add a little bit of soda ash and a little bit of limestone, and this lowers the melting point of the glass. So it melts at 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We keep it at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, but it's technically malleable down to around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the glass is completely solid, just as normal glass is. What's the age? Right, so the program that I was talking about, Hilltop Artists, that starts at 12. They can't be any younger than that. And I think that applies to a lot of glass blowing experiences and classes. They usually have to be 12 or older. And we do have hands-on experiences here at the museum where people can come down on the hot shop floor here and blow glass. They usually make a small object like an ornament or a paperweight. And that is actually with the assistance of some of the Hilltop artists and Hilltop artist alumni. So once again, just kind of tying everything together. And that one does cost, I think, $85 for non-members. So if you're interested in doing it yourselves, then there is that opportunity too. So these are just the Museum of Glass cone design on the back of their t-shirts. That's what that line is. It's just a pretty simplistic design, hard to see from far away, but it is the cone that we're inside of right now. So the excess glass that we cut off, it has color in it. It's kind of muddied in with clear and color. And so it's just not really good for us to reuse. Sometimes it has bits of wax and excess things in it. So we don't reuse those bits of colored glass on the floor. But as you can see, this is very little waste. We've been making pieces all day, and this is all the waste that we have. But we do reuse our clear glass, which you might see later on. We put it into a very specific bucket to make sure that it remains all clear. So we start the furnaces maybe an hour or two before we start. And to light them up, it's as simple as turning on the gas. And sometimes they'll throw a little paper in there that's on fire, or sometimes they'll just directly use a torch to light it, like these little yellow torches here. This is called a MAF gas. So I want to mention over on the right bench, when they heated that color up and dropped it onto the small clear bubble, That process is called a color drop or color overlay, and this gives us a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. So if you were to see a piece that's fully just this bright cherry red and there's no striations or patterns or textures or any sort of thing inside of it, blemishes, then they most likely used this type of coloring. So this building is based off of these old wood burners that we used to have along this waterway here. So this is a kind of tribute to what this area used to be and what it used to be used for. But the building itself is very flashy, it's very tall, it's got these silvery panels on the outside, and that is mostly architectural, it's kind of just for looks. But it is, it does have a meaning to it, is just what I wanted to mention. And up on the screen, you could see the result of rolling this color back. It's completely covered up that clear bubble now. And it looks like this is going to be red as well. Once again, when we're using red in the hot shop, it looks very odd, kind of gray or black when we're using it. But once again, as this cools down inside of the annealer, then it will start to turn back into its normal red color. And we are now gathering our next layer of clear over top of this color. We always let the previous layer cool down. That's what they were doing sitting there at the bench. And every time we're gathering a layer of clear, this is building up mass for the piece, as well as covering up any clear or designs that we have on the surface. And once again, after smoothing this fresh clear glass out, we're letting this sit and rest until it cools down enough for us to gather the next layer of clear over top of that as well. And once again, gathering our next layer of clear for this piece, building up more mass. And right after getting that clear, we come over to our pipe cooler. And it's kind of hard for you guys to see, but this is just a trough of water. Oh, you can see it up on the screen. And this will cool the pipe down as soon as we set it into that trough pretty much. So glass blowing is a kind of a small niche. I know it's kind of popular, but every single tool and piece of equipment and everything is handmade usually. And so every little thing is going to cost a lot more than some other hobbies or jobs just because each individual item has to be handmade. And because of that, you can't just like go to the store and buy glass blowing materials usually. You can order things online, and there are few and far in between stores that you can find most likely. So right here we have a large amount of clear over top of our color, so you're literally just seeing through the clear glass. And the entire bubble is orange overall just because of how hot the glass is. It's glowing like lava. It's radiating heat and light at the same time. And I do want to mention that we've placed these special rollers on the bench. You can see that we're still rotating the pipe right here, but it's keeping the bubble in one spot. And this is important because it looks like we will be bringing a bit of color over, and we'll be able to wrap this around our bubble. So this bit of color has just been brought over, and this is being wrapped around the bubble. And now you can see how these rollers are really coming into play. It's allowing them to spin the pipe very rapidly and apply this color in these really thin strands across the glass. And it was kind of hard to tell, but the glass that they just applied was mostly clear, and it just had these two little stripes of white color. So the lines that they just applied are just these really, really thin lines of white color surrounded by clear. And for those who just joined right now, our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team is currently working on some items for the store. And today we're specifically going with a Valentine's Day theme. So we are using a lot of pinks, a lot of reds, a lot of whites. And right now, I believe we have a red with these little white stripes going across the glass now. And it looks like we're going to further alter this design. Gabe is going in with a pair of tweezers, and he's pushing the tweezers into the surface of the glass and then twisting. And this is just, once again, twisting those little lines of white that we have across the surface of the glass. And whenever the glass is hot, sometimes it's really hard to see white color. It will turn transparent when it's molten like this. And so as the glass cools down, those white lines will become a little bit more prominent. This nozzle here is just blowing some compressed air, so we're using it to cool down hot areas of the pipe. Oftentimes you'll see us use it on the glass itself to cool it down rapidly. And for those who just joined in, I see a couple of new faces here and there. We are working on Valentine's Day themed glass today. So we're just using a lot of pinks and reds and whites, and that is the theme, kind of tying everything together. And other than that, we're making a variety of different sizes and shapes of objects today. So far, we've just been making a variety of vases. And it looks like we're yet again letting this glass cool down, which means that we will be gathering another layer of clear over top of this. So this piece is going to be a little bit larger than some of the others we created today. Or maybe we're not going to cool it down. And after heating this glass up one more time, we come back and we are using our block, which we were using before as well. This wooden spoon-shaped tool will smooth and even out this bubble, creating a rounder shape. And next we're going in with some folded up newspaper. That's all this pad is. And this is as close as you'll see the artists get to using their hands to shape the glass. Whenever they're hanging the bubble down, I'm sure you've noticed the glass is becoming a little bit longer and a little bit thinner. So this is basically them just using gravity as another one of tools to create a longer and kind of thinner shape of the bubble. And after blowing this bubble out quite a bit, we're going in with our torch. And we call this a large fluffy flame. This is kind of gentle on the glass in some ways. And this runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch will heat up one section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace, so we can focus extra heat to one area. And next we're going for a neck. So we've gone into the glass and we're not quite cinching down all the way. We still want air to be able to pass through all of this glass and into the larger section of the bubble. And as we pull away from the pipe, this is stretching the section of the glass out that's attached to the pipe, creating a neck for our piece. And after applying just a little bit more heat, we now go in for the jack line. And since this glass is kind of jumbled in color and clear and all these white stripes, it's kind of hard to see this line or divot that they're creating. But this is where we're going to break this piece off the pipe later on. And once again, going in with the newspapers, we're able to basically control which way the bubble will blow out on the bottom of our vase. And just in case I didn't mention to any new audience members, if anyone has any questions throughout the process, feel free to just raise your hand and I'll come right over. And right now, Gabe just took up a little piece of broken glass and used it to mark the bottom of the vase. And this just basically gives them a target for the second pipe that they attach to the bottom of the piece. Or in this case, it looks like we've brought over a little bit of clear. And this is placed on the bottom of the piece to create just a pad of clear on the very bottom. So this is where we will be placing our second pipe later on to be able to break this piece away from its original pipe. And this small handheld torch is actually the hottest item in our hot shop. This can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. You remember the molten glass is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So this torch is able to very quickly heat up a small section of glass at a time, allowing us to get details in the glass or just work on one small section at a time. And next, Gabe goes ahead and flattens the bottom of the vase using a wooden paddle. And like a lot of our wooden tools in the hot shop, these are usually made out of a fruit wood such as cherry wood. And while they keep this piece of glass warm, the punty is being prepared. The punty is basically just a second pipe with a little clear attachment on the end. And this is going to go right to the center bench and just be attached to the center of the bottom of our vase. And so they've just brought the punty over and attached it right to the center of the bottom of our piece. And once they're happy with that connection, they'll go ahead and break the vase away from its original pipe by applying a little bit of water and then tapping the pipe. So once again, going in with that water into the jack line and then tapping the pipe. And we now have access to the other side of our piece as well as into the piece itself through an opening. And you can see that the opening of this piece, the color has kind of ended. There's a little bit of excess clear around the opening. And so most likely they will go in and trim all of that excess glass off with a pair of shears. And that's where our scraps on the floor have come from so far today. So when they trim off that excess glass around the opening of the piece. And while they work on trimming that excess glass off at the center bench, over on the right bench, Sarah's preparing a small bit of color on the end of a pipe. And this is going to be wrapped around the opening of the piece to create something called a lip wrap. And this will just give us a rim of a separate color around the opening of the piece. And I am just assuming that that's what they'll do because they did that for the pieces we made earlier, but they could change their minds. So now after heating the front of this vase up molten hot, Gabe is able to go in with a pair of tweezers. He first makes sure that the opening is fully open before going in and pulling all of that excess glass away from the rest of the piece. And then they go ahead and trim all of that excess glass off once again with a pair of shears. And this leaves them with color all the way up to the opening of the piece. And it's also gotten rid of some thick glass that may have remained there from that previous connection. And after heating this up one more time, they smooth the opening of the piece out by pressing a wooden paddle against the opening of the piece and going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades. And now that this prep work has been done, the color is brought over to create our lip wrap. The colors touch down on the opening of the piece, and then as they turn the piece itself, that color follows all the way around. Once again, creating a rim of a separate color from the rest of the piece. In this case, we've done a white lip wrap to match those little white lines that we have going across the surface of our glass. And it looks like there's just a little bit of unevenness. So they trimmed off just a little bit of that lip wrap. But from here, all they should have to do is heat up the opening of this piece again. Then they can go in with that pair of jacks, once again, the two metal blades, and flare this open as far as they want it. And this could be just smoothing everything out, keeping the neck straight, or they could flare it out almost like a plate around the opening. And frequently the back end of our piece will get kind of cold, especially this connection where the glass meets the pipe, because it is the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. So just to make sure that everything is staying warm, we will go in with the torch and heat up this back end to make sure it doesn't drop below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And once again, I want to point out the color of this vase is going to be a kind of cherry red, this really bright red color. Right now it just looks as if it's a grayish or a brownish color, and this is just because that red glass is hot. And it's kind of hard to explain why certain glasses change color when we're working with them, but it will end up being that original bright red cherry color. And so just like earlier, to break this piece off, we applied a little bit of water and then tapped the pipe. And then torching the bottom will allow us to stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo. And then finally, to put this piece away, this is put inside of the annealer, the large black box over on the left wall. And this will slowly cool this piece of glass down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that vase. Thank you. Yes, so once again, the annealer itself is at 950 degrees Fahrenheit. And with the press of a button, everything slowly cools down inside of it. We won't see any of those pieces until tomorrow once they've cooled down. And we will be taking a 1-hour lunch break. Expect us back at around 2 p.m., maybe a little bit before, maybe a little bit after. We will have the time posted up on the screen, and then we'll be back and blow glass until 5 p.m., so feel free to join back in. And welcome into the hot shop, everyone. Sorry. We are just getting started again after our lunch break. Today we've been working on some Valentine's Day themed items for the store. And the theme so far is just kind of following along with the same color scheme. Other than that, we are creating a wide variety of different blown objects that'll be in the store eventually. So far, just a variety of vases. And this is all going to start with applying some color to our bubble. So at the center bench, Ben is heating up a little piece of color bar. And this is just a solid piece of colored glass. The color in glass comes from different metals and minerals mixed into it. So just as an example, I'm sure a lot of you have heard of cobalt blue glass. So you can literally take cobalt and mix it into glass to get that rich blue color. And I'm sure it's a little bit more complicated than that, but we don't do the mixing process ourselves. We do get the bars shipped in this kind of long bar form. This is just a section of one. And I want to point out our glass furnace just to give you guys a little overview of the hot shop. So Sarah's just gathered from our glass furnace. This holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It actually runs 24/7 so that the glass is always ready for us to use. And then our other furnaces in the hot shop we use for reheating. We have one at each bench, and these run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little bit warmer. And I do want to point out as well, I have some closed captioning up on the screen. I know it can get kind of loud in the hot shop, so that tends to help out quite a bit. Those furnaces all run off of natural gas and forced air. Some torches we'll be using later on, these run off of propane and oxygen. I get asked what kind of fuel we use in the hot shop, so I always like to mention it. And now I also want to mention, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know, and I'll come right over to answer your question. But as they continue to blow glass, I'll just follow along with what they're doing and explain why. So up on the screen, you can see Sarah has created a small clear bubble of glass on the end of a hollow pipe. And she's actually going to hold this upright as Ben physically drops that molten color onto the top of that bubble. And this color does look a bit darker, so I'm guessing that this may be a red or a pink. It's kind of hard to tell until the glass thins out a little bit and you can see through the color. And after dropping that color, this is going to be rolled back until it's eventually completely covering up that clear bubble. And once again, this is called a color drop or color overlay. It's going to give us a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. And this is the very beginning of our piece in general. We could start any piece like this, any blown piece. And some of you may have noticed that I didn't specifically mention what we're making for this specific project. And that's because all day they've been just kind of pulling ideas fresh out of their mind and applying it to that piece of glass that they're working with. So they themselves might not even know what they're making at this moment. And to roll this color back, we are pushing this glass on the marver, this little metal table in front of the furnace. And we do have these throughout the hot shop, the largest and most prominent one being at the center bench here. Yes, so these pieces that were just brought out on the front pedestal, these were made yesterday. And I believe that these will be store items as well, so keep your eye out to see them come into the store sometime soon. They are just coming freshly out of that large black box over on the right wall, if anyone was wondering where they came from. And this is an annealer. This is where we slowly cool the glass down to prevent thermal shock. And today we're actually using the one on the left wall. So it's looking like the color for this piece is going to be a red after all. And the reds that we've been using today are this very bright kind of cherry red. And I have like a couple of little scraps. So right now, the glass that they're working with is this really dark, almost brownish grayish color. And it's hard to explain, or I don't even know exactly why it happens, but when red glass is hot in the hot shop, it looks this brownish grayish color. But this is the true color of the glass. So it will turn back to this color as soon as it cools down to room temperature again. And we've just gathered one more layer of clear from our clear glass furnace, and we're now going to start rolling this fresh hot glass into a tray of frit. And if somebody doesn't know what frit is, these are basically just these little shards of glass, usually shards of colored glass. In this case, this is just clear. So this is giving us a texture on the surface of our glass. And next, Sarah's actually just going to use a pipe cooler real quick. This is just a trough of water that they set the pipe into, and it cools it down pretty rapidly. But we are going around the corner after she cools that pipe down to something that we call the powder booth, which we have a view of up on the screen. So we can't see them do this physically in front of us because we can't have this powdered glass near our faces to inhale. So we have it in this special box to keep it contained. And this is most likely a pink or a white glass that they're sprinkling over the surface. The last one they did, it was a white glass. And this is sticking to the fresh hot glass that they have here, but they will wipe off the surface of the glass to get rid of any excess powder. And it's really hard to describe the pattern that this creates on the glass, but as you remember, we have these little bumps from the clear glass around the entire bubble. And now we're going to have this white glass that's falling in the cracks in between those little clear bumps across the piece. So it will show glimpses of the true color of the red underneath, as well as these white, kind of broken apart lines on the surface of the glass. Yeah, so we usually when we use powdered color, it is very light. It's kind of like creating a dusting of color. So we usually want to do 2 or 3 layers of it just to make sure that it's rich enough to actually make a difference. And if I didn't elaborate earlier, we have various ways that we apply color. And this colored glass that we're applying now is in powdered form, but it is made of the exact same things that you would get from something like Color Bar, which is what we used in the very beginning of our process, once again, to get that red color on the bubble. So we do have two of our reheating furnaces on today. There's not really a difference between those two furnaces. We just have two of them on at the same time so we can use two benches at the same time. And this will be helpful later. You'll see we'll be working with small bits of colored glass at that secondary bench, but we do mainly work at the center bench. And after getting that white powder across the surface of our glass, we will next heat the entire bubble up, just as Sarah has done, and start to smooth and round that glass back out into this perfect bubble shape. So now all of those white shards of glass have been completely melted down, and this is just creating these little clear windows to show the red underneath. So we should have a sort of veined or scaly pattern across the surface of our glass of that white powder. And as the glass cools down, we'll be able to see this pattern a lot better. Right now, everything is glowing this really bright orange just because of how hot the glass is. So the wooden spoon-shaped tool, this is kept in a bucket of water just to make sure that the wood burns a little bit slower. And if I didn't mention it, that tool is called the block. And that's what we use to smooth that glass out, especially after fresh gathers of glass. And this nozzle is just blowing some compressed air onto the glass, cooling it down as if you were blowing on a hot piece of food. And now that it's cooling down quite a bit, you could see that white color on the surface of our glass a lot better. And after letting that glass cool down quite a bit, we've gathered our next layer of clear. And we're actually allowing some of this to drip off into a bucket specifically for clear glass only. So anything inside of this bucket is reused. And this is called a strip gather. This is just giving us a partial layer of that clear glass, basically just covering up that color, giving us a little bit more mass for the piece. So that's why we're always turning the pipe, is so that the piece and our glass is staying centered and balanced. We just have to make sure that it doesn't fall off center, so we're always, always, always moving our pipe. Yes, so everyone on the hot shop floor is a Museum of Glass Hot Shop team members, and you will frequently see them trade off and kind of switch jobs. frequently you'll see the person with the most experience sitting at the bench physically and kind of instructing those around them, and they're called the gaffer. They're kind of like the glassblowing team leader, but they even switch off when it comes to that as well. So the person with the most glassblowing experience is Ben, the one sitting down by the bench right now. And I believe he has about 30 years of glassblowing experience. And today our gaffer is Gabe. And sometimes they'll switch off to just make sure that they're getting practice with everything and to give each other breaks. And this is where we're going to start blowing this glass out a lot. We're going to inflate this quite a bit right here. Right now, Gabe is going in with some folded up newspaper. That's all this pad is made of. And they'll splash it or soak it with water before using it. And whenever we're hanging the glass down, this is them using gravity as another tool, stretching this glass bubble out. So if we're going for a longer shape like a vase or a cup, you'll usually hang the glass down like this. And here's one of those torches that I briefly mentioned we might see earlier. And this is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch heats up one section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So we can focus extra heat to one area. And right now, Gabe is going in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades. And you'll see us using these throughout our process of making pretty much any glass piece. And he's actually gone into the center of the bubble with the pair of jacks. And I believe this is to create a long neck for our piece. So now we're focusing extra heat to this one section of the bubble, hanging it down at the same time. This is going to stretch and thin that bubble out, creating the neck to our vase. So it is looking like this one is going to be a vase with this long neck. And after creating the neck for this piece, Gabe is going in and creating the jack line. So this is a line or a divot near the pipe that we break the piece away from the pipe from later on. It's a little bit of a confusing sentence. We basically just break the piece off from that divot right there. And next to just focus on blowing out the bubble on the very end of this piece, Gabe is going back in with that newspaper and he's holding the neck, making sure it doesn't expand any further there as they blow into the pipe and expand just the bottom of our vase. So this vase, you can kind of already see the shape of it taking place. We're not sure how the neck is going to finish off at the top, but so far we have this really round body of the vase at the bottom, and then we have this really tall, long neck. And that's pretty much the shape of it so far. They might flare the top of the neck out when they finish it off. We'll see. And now, as you can see, they've stopped editing this piece. They're just keeping it warm, especially focusing on the back end of the piece where the glass meets the pipe. This is the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. We want to make sure everything surrounding that cold area is warm, at least around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit to prevent thermal shock. And while they're keeping that warm, Ben is preparing the punty, which is basically a secondary pipe with a little clear attachment on the end that we will attach to our piece in order to break the piece away from its original pipe. And now they've just brought the punty over. This is attached to the very center of the bottom of our vase. And once they're happy with that connection, they'll go ahead and apply a little bit of water to the jack line, which is, you may remember, that divot that we have near our original pipe. And then they tap the pipe, and that breaks this piece cleanly off. And after doing this, we've basically just flipped the orientation of the piece. So now we have access to the top side of our vase, and we can finish off the neck and the opening to the vase, kind of flare it out if we want to. And right here, Gabe is just using a small wooden paddle to support the weight of the vase on the other side. And he's just making sure that the pipe is centered to the bottom of the vase before they completely move on. And now after breaking that piece off of its original pipe, this area that used to be attached to our first pipe is pretty thick glass and it's kind of cold. So we are going to heat it up for quite a while inside of this furnace. And we will be trimming off some excess glass, which is where all of these trimmings that I was picking up earlier are coming from. And this is to get rid of any excess clear that remains around the opening of the piece, and the glass there is usually pretty thick, as I mentioned as well. So to thin that area out, they'll usually trim off some of that glass. And while they're continuing to work on the opening of the piece at the center bench, over on the right bench, Sarah's gotten started with a small bit of clear on the end of a solid pipe. And this is being rolled inside of a little metal dish to pick up pieces of color. And this is going to be used for a lip wrap eventually, which is basically just a rim of a separate color around the opening of a piece. And so at the center bench, they've just trimmed off that excess glass. It's a pretty quick process. All they do is they heat it up. They use a pair of tweezers to pinch the glass they want to get rid of, and then they trim everything off with a pair of shears, which are basically like glass scissors. And right here, they're not actually trying to open the top of this neck very much. They're just smoothing and rounding that edge out in preparation for the lip wrap, which they've just brought over. So once again, they bring this color over, they lightly touch it down on the lip, and then as they turn the piece, this color follows all the way around, creating a rim of white color around the opening of our piece. So now we have a red body with these almost mottled white spots across the surface, and then we have a white lip wrap to kind of tie it all together. And now that we have our lip wrap, we can just fully start to open this piece up as we would a normal vase. And it looks like for this vase specifically, we are going to be flaring this open quite a bit. And for everyone who just joined, as you can see, we're working on a vase at the center bench. And this is our first piece after coming back from our little break. Today we are working on Valentine's Day themed pieces for the store. And so far it's just been a variety of blown forms, mostly vases. But the common theme between all these pieces is that they involve pinks, reds, and whites. And now that this vase is finished, to break it off, we apply a little bit of water to the end of our pipe. And then all we have to do, just like earlier, to break this piece off is tap the pipe, and that should break this off cleanly. And next we torch the bottom, getting rid of leftover sharp ends that remain. And we're also going to stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo for our store. And once this is finished, this is brought over to the annealer, the large black box over on the left wall. This will slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock, so we won't see that piece until tomorrow. And let's give them a round of applause for that vase. Thank you. And we will get started on the next piece pretty shortly here. Once again, we are continuing this Valentine's Day theme for all of our pieces today. So we're using lots of reds, whites, and pinks. And this is all going to start with applying our color over on the right bench again. And I want to remind everyone, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. I'll come right over. So over on that right bench, we've just started the color overlay process again. We've heated up a bit of color and dropped this onto a small clear bubble. That's a process you just saw. And now that we have the color on the top of our bubble, this is going to start being rolled on the metal table in front of the furnace. And this is going to start pushing that color back to completely cover up that layer of clear glass. And once again, this is just going to give us a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. So if you were to walk through the galleries and you see a blown piece that has just one uniform solid color across the entire piece, this is most likely how they got that color. Could we have a view of the powder booth, please? So it looks like we've done something completely different with this next piece here. So we've stuffed our bubble into a mold on the floor. This is specifically called a pineapple mold. This has basically just created a bunch of dimples across the surface of our glass. And we're now dusting a powdered colored glass on the surface of our bubble. And then, of course, you saw that they were wiping away at the surface as well. This is just getting rid of some excess glass and leaving the glass only in those dimples on the surface. And so this is going to create almost these dots of color across the surface of our bubble. We'll see how this pattern turns out. Today we are just going with different color themes, all sticking within the pink, white, and red zone. And this one seems a little bit more experimental than the other ones. And now that we've just gotten the powdered glass inside of those little dimples across the surface, we've gathered our next layer of clear. And you could see that we actually had enough of a dimple left over that when we gathered this next layer of clear, this actually trapped air inside of those individual dimples, creating air bubbles in a very patterned way across our glass. And you could see those air bubbles up on the screen pretty well, but you should be able to see them even better as soon as we start blowing this piece out. Yes, so this pad that Gabe is using here, this is actually just a folded up newspaper, and they'll usually splash it or soak it with water before using it. And we will be using these throughout the entire process of blowing the piece out usually, and then we will move on to using some more of our metal tools. And this is pretty much as close as you'll see the glass blowers get to using their hands to shape the glass, is by using this newspaper. And just in case those who recently joined didn't know already, I wanted to reiterate that today we're making Valentine's Day themed store glass. So these pieces will eventually go into the Museum of Glass store. And by Valentine's Day theme, I mean we're going for pinks, reds, and whites today. And we're just creating a variety of different textures and different shapes with all of our glass today. So far, we've been creating a lot of vases or vase shapes. And this one is something I haven't really seen before. We stuffed the bubble that we had earlier into a special mold to get these little air bubbles across the surface of the glass, which you guys saw. And as we blow this out more and more, those air bubbles are becoming more apparent as well. And just in case I didn't mention this torch to you guys, this is running around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But with this torch, we can heat up one section of glass at a time and kind of focus our heat in one area rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. And here is this metal tool that I was talking about. These are the jacks. And we are using them to create the jack line, it looks like. This is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. Now, as you can see, we've extremely lengthened the piece of glass that we're working with. So now we have a much longer and thinner bubble. And this is a shape that we usually go for pitchers, honestly, like a water pitcher. And it's a little bit hard to tell with the glass being so hot, but as the glass cools down quite a bit, we'll be able to see the true color of the glass better and better. It's looking like it's going to turn out to be a kind of light transparent pink this time. And now you can see we focus the heat on just the very bottom of the bubble. And this is going to allow us to flatten the bottom using a wooden paddle. And you'll notice we're also keeping the jacks on the side of the piece at the same time. And this is really pushing that glass into a nice crisp 90-degree corner on the bottom. If we were to just press the wooden paddle on the bottom without having the jacks on the side, this could cause the glass to kind of push out the side a little bit. It does want to be a rounder shape since it is in its liquid form right now. Yeah, so we've just attached the punty to the center of the bottom of the piece and then broke the piece away from its original pipe. And as you can see, this has given us access to the other side, basically flipping the orientation of the piece. And now we can start to open up the top of this piece and finish it off. And just like our pieces earlier, it looks like we are going to heat up the front of the piece, trim off a little bit of excess glass, and then we will also create a lip wrap for this piece, which if you didn't see that earlier, over on the right bench, Sarah has a small bit of clear glass on the end of her pipe and is going to apply some color to this before bringing it back to the center bench and wrapping it around the opening of the piece, creating the lip wrap. Basically just a rim of a separate color, just kind of around the opening of the piece. And to get rid of this excess glass that we have, Gabe is going in with a pair of tweezers, pinching and pulling the opening away from the rest of the piece. And it looks like they're actually going to take off this glass with a pair of shears, which are basically these glass scissors here. And after trimming that excess glass off, we should be left with straight, even walls and a thin, even opening. And now they've just evened the opening of this piece out by pressing a wooden paddle against the opening. And this is in preparation for bringing this bit of color over. So now that our opening is even, we are able to wrap this white around the opening of the piece. Once again, just creating a rim of a separate color. And now that we have this separate color, we will be able to fully open this up into its final form and however wide we want the opening of this piece to be. So whenever we're using the newspapers, this is basically as close as the artists get to using their hands to shape the glass. And in this specific case, It looks like Gabe was using the newspapers to even the glass out. Maybe it was just a little bit off center or something. And it just allows us to make some finer adjustments in the glass. In this case, I've never seen them work with the top portion of the piece like this before, but these are a pair of Pachofis, these two wooden blades. And they will frequently use these blades on the inside of a piece and kind of press the tips of the blades into the glass. And that's important. Instead of using these metal blades instead, as you can imagine, using the tips of these metal blades would cause gouging and scraping in the glass. And so we were able to create almost a little bowl shape on the top of our vessel. And as for the newspapers, we use those frequently just because they're a little bit of a cheaper material. They're kind of easy to come by still, rather than something else, maybe like a carbon fiber pad. I've seen artists use those before too. It's this really intricate woven fabric. So the torch is just used to heat up smaller sections of glass at a time. And in this case, we were heating up the back end of the piece because this is the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. So this back end is naturally very cold. And we want to make sure that none of our glass is dropping below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Otherwise, we risk thermal shock. And so we don't want to heat up the front of our piece anymore, so we have to go in with that torch to balance the heat out. And honestly, with the way this piece is going so far, it's looking like they may try to flare this little bowl open completely all the way into more of a plate-like shape. And so they're just continuously working on widening this up. All right, since there's a few new people here and there, I just want to give a quick reintroduction as to what we have going on. So today we have a few of our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team members working on some Valentine's Day items for the store. And these will go out to the store eventually. It's not really a same day sort of process. We have to let the glass cool down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So at the center bench, we have a blown form that we've made, kind of like a vase shape. And we've been working on a variety of these all day today, going with some different textures and patterns in the glass, as well as some different colors, all ranging within white, pink, and red to stick with that Valentine's Day theme. And we've just finished this piece off, so to break it off fully, we apply a little bit of water, and then we tap the pipe. This is causing some shocking and cracking in the glass. And then tapping the pipe creates a vibration that travels to those little cracks. And now that we've broken it off, we will stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo before putting this piece away fully inside of the annealer, the large black box over on the left wall. And this will slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we won't see this piece until tomorrow once again, once it's fully cooled down. And we will continue to work on these Valentine's Day themed blown vessels, starting over on the right bench with our color application process. And could I actually have the charging the furnace video, please? Hey, could I have the charging the furnace video, please? All right, so since we do have a few new people here and there, I want to point out a couple of furnaces just to kind of fill in a little bit of space here. So this large tank with the closed door, this is where we're getting our clear molten glass. And this is sitting at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. And this does run 24/7, so this glass is always ready for us to use. Meanwhile, these other furnaces that we have on currently, these are for reheating only, running between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, no glass inside of them. And we do have two of these on at the moment, just so that we can work at both of these benches at the same time. So there's not really a significant difference between those two. And both those types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. The torches that we use, along with some other appliances, run off of propane and oxygen. And now you guys will get to see the process from the beginning, applying our color. So Ben has just taken out a piece of color bar. This is just a solid piece of colored glass, kind of like this piece that I'm holding here. And after heating this up, this will be dropped onto a small clear bubble once it's completely molten. Then we'll just kind of roll it over top of that clear and cover that bubble up. And that's how we get a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. So if you were to walk through the galleries and see a piece that's just this pure, untouched red across the entire surface of the glass, that's most likely how they got that color. So on the front pedestal here on the left side of the hot shop, these pieces were all made yesterday actually. And I believe this is all of the ones that they made yesterday. These are just a variety of different colored and textured pictures, and these should be going into the store as well. And you can see that they're actually doing the color drop or color overlay right now. So they take that molten color and they directly drop it on top of that small clear bubble. And next they will start to roll this color back by pushing the color on a small metal table in front of our furnace. And this little metal table, this is called the Marver. We actually do have them throughout the hot shop, the largest one being this one here at the center bench. They are pretty much the same thing. So all of these pictures were made using a mold called an optic mold, and this gives them lines or ridges on the surface of the glass. And they start off with straight lines no matter what, and then they just twist the glass itself to get the spiral pattern. So that's how they got those spiraled lines across the surface of the glass. So it looks like we've pretty much completely rolled this color back to completely cover up our clear bubble. And next, once they're happy with how far that color is pushed back, they will actually let this glass cool down quite a bit before gathering their next layer of clear. And we will be gathering many layers of clear for each individual piece, letting those previous layers cool down quite a bit in between. And we do have a bubble inside of this glass. You just saw Sarah blow a little bit. The bubble is pretty small, but we want to make sure it doesn't collapse on itself, which is why we're blowing right now in the first place. And up on the screen, you can see this glass is cooling down quite a bit already. So you can see through the glass. You can see that bubble underneath pretty easily. And it's looking like this may be the same color as last time, which is this transparent pink color. So now after letting this bubble cool down quite a bit, we're gathering that next layer of clear. And this is just building up mass for the piece.
So in that one, it's all clear.
And next I want to point out that we have this tray of frit, F-R-I-T, and these are just little shards of colored glass usually, but this time we have clear glass that we're rolling the glass inside of. And so this is going to give us a physical texture on the surface of our piece. And we could leave it textured like this, but we are actually going to continue to alter this design by sprinkling some powder across the surface of the glass, a powdered colored glass specifically. And it sounds like they're preparing that over in the left side of the hot shop already. This is going to seemingly allow them to disappear around the corner, but they're actually just going to something called the powder booth, which is going to keep this powdered glass contained, as it is very dangerous to inhale. And up on the screen, we have a good view of this powder booth. So they will sprinkle this onto the surface of the glass. And this is covering the entire bubble. We usually will do multiple layers of this just to make sure that that color is pretty rich. And now, so this pattern isn't just completely covered with color. We will usually dust off the surface of the glass to get rid of some of the excess color, and that will allow the clear to still shine through. And after heating this glass up one more time, you can see that they're now smoothing that design down. We used to have all of those raised little bumps from the clear frit that we applied to the surface of our glass. And now this has been completely smoothed and rounded out using our block, that wooden spoon-shaped tool. And we now are able to start blowing our bubble bigger and bigger for this piece. And I believe we will gather one more layer of clear over top of this as well, just to seal the design in. We usually don't have the color of our glass on the very surface of our piece. We usually have it underneath layers of clear to almost protect it. And we never really make pieces out of solid color. I sometimes have people ask me about that. And honestly, the simplest explanation for that is that colored glass is expensive. We don't want to make something purely out of color, as that would be very expensive. And now that this design is cooling down a little bit, I do want to point out we can see it up on the screen pretty well, the sort of modeled pattern of the white powder that was applied just a few moments ago. And this nozzle you'll see used every now and then. This is just blowing some compressed air and cooling the glass down even more rapidly than if we were to just leave it alone. And if you're wondering, they are just resting right now, letting this glass cool down before gathering their next layer of clear. And after gathering that layer of clear, Gabe is actually allowing a lot of this glass to drip off into a bucket. And this is called a strip gather. It's just giving us a partial layer of that clear glass across the surface of our piece. And sometimes after gathering from the clear furnace, we do need to cool the pipe down. The heat kind of travels up the pipe the further we have to go into that furnace, of course. And so this is just a trough of water that we set the pipe into, and it cools it down enough for us to handle the pipe closer to the glass again. And for those who recently joined, today we're working on some Valentine's Day themed glass. So this piece that we're working with right here is going to have a pink and white theme, I believe. And this pad that we're using, this is actually just some folded up newspaper. And we can kind of control which way the bubble blows out depending on where we're holding the newspapers on the bubble. So oftentimes if we're making something like a bowl or a plate, you'll see them hold the newspapers on the bottom of the bubble furthest away from the pipe. And this is going to push the bubble against the pipe, creating a squatter, wider shape. And then obviously if you wanted to get a longer shape, you would do the opposite and hold the newspaper on the side of the bubble, elongating that bubble, forcing it to blow out away from the pipe. And now that we've heated up this bubble again, we're able to go in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and start to carve a jack line into the glass. So the line or divot that we create near the pipe is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. And you know what? Since I keep seeing so much youth in the audience and I keep getting questions about glass blowing opportunities, do we have a short Hilltop Artist overview video that we could play? So it looks like for the shape of this bubble, we are specifically going for a much squatter, wider shape. And so just to make sure that it's staying that really squat shape, you saw Gabe hold the bubble up towards the ceiling, and that is allowing the glass to slump down on itself and create that squatter shape. And I do want to point out, now that we've let this glass cool down quite a bit, we can really see the true color of the glass. So we do have this kind of light transparent pink in the background, and then we have this sort of mottled white across the surface of our glass, which you saw us apply using the powdered glass earlier. And it looks like we are getting ready to next flatten the bottom. And to flatten the bottom, we're just going in with a simple wooden paddle. These are usually made out of fruit wood, such as cherry wood, like all of our other wooden tools in the hot shop. And it looks like the bottom half of our piece is done. So now they're just going to work on keeping this entire piece of glass warm at around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. We don't want it to drop below that temperature, otherwise we risk thermal shock. So as they keep this warm, Gabe is getting the punty ready. The punty is just a second pipe with a clear attachment on the end that we will use to break the piece off from its original pipe. And to make sure that they're hitting center when they attach this pipe to the bottom, Gabe is going in with a piece of broken glass and just marking the bottom, giving themselves a target. And now they've just brought the punty over. This is placed right in the center of the bottom of our piece, hopefully hitting that target. And once that connection is secure, they'll go ahead and apply a little bit of water to the jack line, which you remember is the divot near our original pipe. And after applying this water, all they have to do is tap the pipe. That should break this piece cleanly off. So I've gotten a couple of questions about these here and there. On this front pedestal on the right of the hot shop, these are leftovers from Goblet Week. Goblet Week ended Sunday, and this was just an entire week of making goblets, basically these fancy drinking glasses. And once again, I think that these are just sort of leftovers and some examples of what they were working on during the week. We did have a special event at the end of Goblet Week where we sold a lot of the goblets that were created, which was really cool. And after heating up just the front of this piece, Gabe was able to open it up using a pair of jacks. And they only opened this up a little bit. And this is in preparation for applying the lip wrap, which some of you may remember earlier is just a rim of color around the opening of the piece. So Sarah comes over with that bit of color. This is touched down around the opening of the piece, and as they turn, this follows along, creating our lip wrap. So once again, for anyone that hasn't seen this tool yet, you'll notice that they look very similar to the jacks, which are the two metal blades, but instead we have wooden blades, and these are called the Petrophes. They can use the tips of the blades to push at the inside of the piece and expand it from inside. So this is something you'll commonly see them use for things such as low bowls or plates. Many bowls I've seen made using those Petrophes. So we are simply trying to widen this wide enough that we would be able to flare it out, I believe, since we are continuing to widen this further and further. And once again, these designs are kind of just coming straight out of the artist's mind, so we can't really exactly predict the shape of what they're making. It could be a low bowl. They could end up flaring it all the way out into a plate. We will just have to wait and see. And you can always tell when we're getting ready to break a piece off and put it away when you see somebody get suited up with these Kevlar gloves. And this is going to allow Sarah to physically pick this piece of glass up off the end of the pipe to be put away. And even when wearing these gloves, you can start to feel the heat coming from that glass. So they are still relatively quick in this process of putting it away. And just like earlier, to break this piece off and put it away, they'll apply a little bit of water to the end of the pipe, right at that connecting point. And then they'll go ahead and tap the pipe, sending a vibration to those small cracks created by the water, breaking this piece hopefully cleanly off the pipe. And they're going to go ahead and heat up the bottom, getting rid of leftover sharp ends that may remain before putting this piece away. inside of our annealer. Once again, this large black box over on the left wall. And this will slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we won't see this piece until tomorrow. And it looks like we brought out just a couple more pictures to put on display over on the front left pedestal. Once again, these were some pieces that we made yesterday. And now could I please have the Hilltop Artist overview video? Do we have a little bit of a shorter version? I thought we had 2 versions.
For me, the draw with glass is that even though you're working with the same material every single day, it's different. Every time you work with it, it's a little different, depending on what colors you used, how hot it is, even what mood you're in. It feels different.
The sky's the limit. It's your imagination that takes control of what you do.
First glass experience was really, I was on a school bus and I was like in 6th grade, I think.
When I was probably in 7th grade, I was going on the bus.
And someone stepped on the school bus with a glass elephant.
And this kid walked in with this really big, pretty vase, and I was like, "Where'd you guys do that at?"
And I was so amazed. I was like, "Oh my God, where did you get that?" I was so amazed. That was like the first time I ever seen like a piece of glass blowing.
And he told me, and I got on my schedule. I got glass blowing on my schedule the next day.
My friend Deshaun told me about the glass program that he did after school, so I signed up for the daytime class.
In middle school, I loved art.
Art itself, you get to like do stuff that ordinary people don't do.
It's like, let's touch hot stuff, and I think that's kind of fun.
I've always tried drawing stuff like cars and stuff, never really worked, but then I found glass blowing, and that was an actual art that I could understand and do.
I thought I'd just be like sticking to sports and football, but no, glass blowing.
Here we're working on a project for a fundraiser.
We're making centerpieces for the Better Future Luncheon.
Every year we make a special set of centerpieces for that.
It involves 2 color drops. There's one bench working on the top piece and then another working on the bottom.
Working with the museum people is always cool because they teach you new things.
It's cool, like Gabe and the crew, like they give you pointers and tips.
Glassworking, I think it teaches, teamwork is the main thing. And that, just this morning I had to talk to them about, we're all on the same team and, we're all working towards a similar goal, so we all help each other out.
They're really good at it because they do it all like every day, so they're showing them these amazing techniques that a lot of the kids haven't seen before, and they're just kind of blown away, and you can see the kid light up and the staff member light up at the same time. They're both excited about it, and it's working out.
I mean, when you first meet them and you're working with them to begin with, you're a little intimidated. You don't want to mess up and make their lives any harder. But once you start to get more comfortable around them, you really start picking up things. Even if they don't say it, just by watching them, you can see how they marver or how they use the jacks in many different ways, and it really helps. You just pick up things without even thinking about it.
They look up to all the MOG team and everything, so when they're down there, they just got wide eyes and they're so excited.
Like, they're the best glass blowers in the world here, so just getting to work with them and even on the same floor with them is just amazing and great.
It's pretty cool that they look up to me, and like yesterday, I think 4 or 5 of them, they were saying, "Man, Gabe is filthy." I guess filthy means, I'm pretty cool or something, so.
There's living proof that this program works. I grew up in a very, very difficult household to grow up in. yet this program kept me together. It's helped me become who I am. My name is David Rios.
My name is Julian.
My name is Avery Paz.
Jordan Lavelle.
Dante.
I'm Sam.
I'm Deshaun Hutchinson.
Rogelio Castellanos.
James Downey.
Tanner Martin.
I'm Tate Waller.
We are Hilltop Artists. We are Hilltop Artists. Hilltop Artists.
So once again, starting with our coloring process over on that right bench. So Ben is currently heating up a piece of color bar. Once again, this is just some solid colored glass. And once this is completely molten, this will be dropped on top of that small clear bubble. And welcome into the hot shop. Were you in here earlier? All right, so I just want to let you know what we're working on real quick then. So up on the screen, you can see the view of our powder booth specifically. This is where we apply the powdered colored glass to the surface of our piece. And in this case, we've applied it and then we're now wiping it off. And you can see we have this weird texture across the surface of our glass as well. And this was gathered from these shards of clear glass. So when they wipe the glass away, this is exposing the clear again, kind of giving us a window into the color of the original piece. And today we're working on specifically Valentine's Day themed glass. So all of these colors are either reds, whites, or pinks. And we haven't strayed outside of that color scheme so far. And all of these pieces that we're making specifically, you'll notice I haven't mentioned what we're going to make. And this is because all of these pieces are just ideas coming straight out of the artist's minds today. And they're just kind of making whatever shapes they want. And right now they are fully heating up this bubble of glass. They're getting ready to smooth it out and get it ready for blowing. So after heating this up, Sarah sits down with a block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, and this is going to smooth and even all of that glass out. Once again, just giving us a fresh, smooth surface, making sure the bubble blows out evenly from inside. And we will gather one more layer of clear over top of everything that we already have as well to build up a little bit more mass for the piece and to cover up the color that we have on the surface of the glass. We usually don't leave color on the surface of the glass because it can chip away during the process of working with it, leaving an exposed bit where it can show clear underneath. And if I didn't mention it already, these wooden tools, they are usually made out of a fruit wood such as a cherry wood, and this applies to all of our wooden tools. So we have wooden paddles that we use frequently, as well as these, which are blocks. And with this glass, it's a little bit hard to tell, but it looks like we have a red on the surface with probably a white underneath. And whenever red is hot, it's very odd. It looks gray or brown in the hot shop while it's hot like this. So it looks as if we have gray across the surface of our bubble, but it is going to end up being this very rich kind of cherry red in the end once it's cooled down back to room temperature, or at least close to room temperature. And once again, before we gather our next layers of clear, we always let this previous layer cool down quite a bit. So right now they seem as if they're just kind of sitting, and they're letting this glass cool down. And once again, there's a glimpse of our clear glass furnace. This runs at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Maybe if we were to be specific, 2150. And it runs 24/7, keeping up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at that temperature very consistently, always ready for us to use. And we actually allowed a lot of that glass to drip off into a bucket. As you notice, this is called a strip gather. It's just giving us a partial layer of that clear glass, just covering up that design we created. And next we're using a pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water that Gabe has set the pipe into. And this is all the glass we need for this piece, so this is brought over to the center bench where we can start to fully blow this out and turn it into its final form. Most likely some form of vase, but we'll see. And next we go in with this pad here. This is actually just some folded up newspaper. And they'll usually soak it or splash it with water before using. Using these newspapers, we could kind of guide which way the bubble is going to blow out. If we were to hold the newspapers completely on the bottom of the bubble, furthest away from the pipe, this would force the bubble to blow out the sides and create a squatter, wider shape of the bubble. And obviously, if we wanted to get a longer shape, we would do the opposite, hold it on the side of the bubble. And this nozzle just blows some compressed air to cool this extra hot area of glass down. They don't want any singular area to blow out too much, otherwise we could get a thin part of the glass. And next, Gabe is going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades. And it looks like he's actually stretching a neck with these blades this time. So he's gone onto the bubble and he's pulling away from the pipe, stretching that small section of the glass out. And just to make sure that this stops stretching in this area, they cool that small bit of glass down. And there's still quite a bit of heat maintained in the main body of this piece. So now when they blow, this is just expanding the body of the piece itself, not really expanding or changing the neck very much anymore. And for those who just joined, right now we're working on some Valentine's Day store items. And so we've been working with some reds and some pinks and some whites today. And other than that, we've been blowing a variety of shapes and sizes of our pieces and kind of going with different color patterns but just sticking within that same red, pink, white theme. And next, to start changing up the shape of the body for this face, we're going back in with the newspapers. And we can hold these in very specific ways. So right now, Gabe is actually cinching a waist into the body of this face by squeezing right in the middle of this bubble. And once they're happy with the shape that they've created in the body of this vase, they'll be able to flatten the bottom of the vase using a wooden paddle. So right now, Gabe is most likely focusing all of the heat on just the very bottom of the piece and not really heating up any other sections of the glass. And anytime we are working on just a section of the glass, you'll always see us go into the furnace for a few seconds and heat up the entire piece overall, and this is called flashing. We have to make sure that our glass doesn't drop below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Otherwise, we do risk thermal shock. And so now to flatten the bottom of this vase, once again, we're going in with that wooden paddle. And at the same time, we are remaining on the side of the piece with the pair of jacks, these two metal blades. And this is really pushing and forcing that glass into a crisp corner. And now that we have the bottom of the piece flattened out, we will just make sure that the entire piece is staying warm overall as the punty is prepared. And the punty is basically just a second pipe with a little clear attachment on the end that they will eventually attach to the bottom of the vase and then break the vase away from its original pipe. And this is going to give us access to the other side of our piece. And it looks like this section of glass that I was thinking was the neck earlier, it looks like this is all completely red from that powdered glass earlier. So I believe they will just cut all of that excess glass off, just leaving them fully with this patterned glass throughout the entire piece. And so now that punty has just been brought over, and once again, this is placed right in the center of the bottom of our piece. And to break the piece off, all we have to do is apply a little bit of water to the breaking point and then tap the pipe, and that should break the piece cleanly off every time. So there goes that water, then tap with a pipe. And you'll notice that break isn't perfectly even. It never really is, as well as the glass being kind of thick around that connecting point usually. And so they will go in and they're going to trim off the opening of the piece, just getting rid of that excess glass and any unevenness that remains. And while they're keeping this glass warm at the center bench, over on the right bench, if you're wondering what Sarah's doing, she has a small bit of clear on the end of a solid pipe, and this is being rolled into a small metal dish. And this is picking up pieces of frit, which are just these shards of colored glass. And this is going to eventually be brought over to the center bench, and they will wrap it around the opening of the piece, creating something called a lip wrap. I know that was a huge jumble of words, but you will see that play out in front of you in just a moment. So now after heating up just the front of this piece, Gabe goes in with a pair of tweezers, pinching and pulling the opening away from the rest of the piece. And next he'll go in with a pair of shears, which are basically like glass scissors, and he'll just go ahead and cut all of this extra glass off. And you can see this is leaving them with a very thin wall and a really nice even opening to the piece. So now this small bit of color has been brought over, and this is lightly touched down on the lip. Then as they turn, this follows all the way around, once again creating the lip wrap. And it looks like this one is going to be a red to match the mottled texture that we have across the surface of our glass. And it looks like next we're going in with the Sophietta. That's this cone-shaped tool here. And as you can see, once they place the cone into the opening, this blocks off the opening and allows them to blow a little bit more air into the piece and just kind of reinflate the shoulder and the piece overall. And so now from here, we should be able to just go in and fully open this piece up. And based off of the pieces I saw earlier, this will be opened up almost like a drinking glass. So for these pieces on the front pedestal here, the texture for both of these pieces starts off as these straight lines, and this is coming from an optic mold, which we have throughout the hot shop in a few different places. But basically, it's just a metal mold with these ridges on the inside of it. So when we stuff the glass bubble inside of there, we then get ridges on the surface of our glass. And then for this one specifically, we've twisted those ridges, and that's all there is to it. So we didn't have a mold specifically for the twisted ridges. We just had ridges and then twisted the glass. And we do have many different kinds of optic molds. The most common, I would say, is just having those ridges on the glass. And it's looking like we are getting very close to finishing this piece. And to make sure that the opening for this piece is even, they are pressing a wooden paddle against the opening and also keeping the jacks on the side. And something that's important to note during this as well is that they're actually spinning the glass pretty quickly, which is creating centrifugal force, the outward pulling force from that spinning, and it's really pushing it into those tools. And then usually before breaking a piece off, they'll go in with this large fluffy flame. And they're going to torch any connections they have. They're going to torch anything that could possibly break. In this case, we are just heating up the place where the pipe connects to the bottom of the piece. And now to break this piece off, we apply a little bit of water to our connecting point at the end of the pipe. And then just like earlier, we will tap the pipe and that should break this piece off cleanly. They'll torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends, and they're also going to stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo for the store. And to put this piece away, this is going inside of the annealer, the large black box over on the left wall. And this will slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we won't see this piece until at least tomorrow once it's cooled down enough for us to handle it. And I should specify, because a few people have asked me today, this box is held itself at 950 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with the press of a button, everything slowly cools down. And since we have less than 20 minutes left, I don't think we have time for a large piece. We'll see if they make a next piece overall. But does anyone have any questions so far about the glass process, about the artist, about the building that we're inside of? Any questions? So you guys are welcome to hang out and enjoy the warmth of the hot shop as they clean up. But just a reminder, we will be closing the building at 5.